Yo, what's up? I'm Angerfist. Welcome in my studio. Welcome to my masterclass. We're gonna go through a couple of things today. We're gonna go through one of my latest tracks. Gonna check out some kicks, how I make some kicks, leads, melodies, maybe some mixing, mastering, stuff like this. But we're gonna start with my latest track, Born the Rule, and we're gonna check out how the project looks like. This one is full audio, so all the melodies, screeches, everything has been bounced and made audio, so it was easier for me to mix and master it. But for the elements like melodies, strings, piano, stuff like that, we can open a more previous project of this track and we can go through some of the stuff and you can see what the melodies and the chords look like. Alright, so let's get started. This is the track. I divided it in kicks, percussion, leads and screeches, atmos sounds, which is basically strings, piano, pads, stuff like this. These are effects, and this is the vocal. I organized it a little bit for today. So let's go check it out. And I guess for the people who don't know this track, maybe it's easy to, it's a good idea to just play it once, and then after that we can go through it.
Yeah. Gangsters, hustlers, hardcore. Yo, what up? Burning all my enemies and burying bones, decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. I swear to God I was born to rule. Got a heart full of hate and straight rocket fuel. Straight rocket fuel. Burning all my enemies and burying bones, decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. I don't give a fuck who sleep, I never snooze. I don't give a fuck who beef, I never lose. Born to rule. Yeah. Got a heart full of hate and straight rocket fuel. What up? Boom. Fuck that. Fuck that. I don't give a fuck who sleep, I never snooze. I don't give a fuck who beef, I never lose. Burning all my enemies and burying bones, decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. Born to rule. Bullies on the block get rocked in front of school. Dropped on the concrete, mopped up the fool. I don't give a fuck who sleep, I never snooze. I don't give a fuck who beef, I never lose. Come on. What the fuck? You talk talking to the wrong one. I swear to God I was born to rule. I swear to God I was born to rule. I swear to God I was born to rule. Got a heart full of hate and straight rocket fuel. Straight rocket fuel. Gangsters, hustlers, hardcore.
All right. What we can do now is go through the elements of the track, the arrangement, build up, first drop, small part of screech, then the break, mellow drop, another screech-ish part, and then the second melody. Usually what I do is, when it comes to the intro, it's not a very spectacular intro. It's a very, I do this basically with every track. It's usually a filtered kick, like here, to build up tension. And a drone effect and the choir step, which is coming back throughout the whole track. Later in the second project I will show you how I made this choir. It's a Requiem. This is the contact bank which I use for this, and I can show you the chords that I use for it in a bit. On this drone effect I put a volume shaper, so it won't sound just like a static sample pasted under it, under the filtered kick. It gets kind of a flow because of this. It's kind of like an envelope shaper. Let's see. It's a small detail, and it's also panned to give it a little bit more life, I guess, instead of just pasting the sample in there and that's it. Rest, claps, ride. I took 2 different crashes for the track. One short one long one, depends on which part I wanted to use it for and where it would fit best, long or short crash. This is a extra punch for the second block of the intro of the build-up.
Cool. Gangsters, hustlers.
And of course the vocal.
Gangsters, hustlers, hardcore.
Here's some more effects. Fill it up. This one also is kind of like a riser, kind of like an effects thing. And also what I used throughout the track is fitting with the vocal. The gunshot effect, which is just a cool effect before a drop or before a small breakdown like this.
Hardcore.
There's some effects. So here the musical part starts. The bell, the omnisphere strings. slowly start building up some suspense into the break.
Yo, what up? Burning all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. I swear to God I was born to rule. Got a heart full of hate and straight rocket fuel. Straight rocket fuel.
Sound was a serum with a lot of distortion on it, and heavily sidechained by the kick, so they would blend together very nicely. And sidechain moving around over there.
Rocket fuel. Rocket fuel. Rocket fuel.
Which is it's an American rapper. His name is Apathy. He's for me, I'm very proud to be able to do to work with his vocals. He's like a hip hop legend in my opinion, and I somehow got into contact with him online, and now he's doing vocals. He did vocals for me on Solid Stigma, on this one, and a new track that we're doing right now. And yeah, it's a great connection, and I think his voice, lyrics, the whole vibe, it just gives so much more to a track than well, it's a great vocalist, and I'm very happy to work with him.
I swear to God I was born to rule. Got a heart full of hate and straight rocket fuel. Straight rocket fuel. Straight rocket fuel. Burning all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. I don't give a
This one is always kind of cool. It's a 808 bass line, which I pitched up to make it kind of turn into a riser. I use that a lot. It's you know, when this part kicks in,
burning all my
you
enemies.
get a lot of body from the sub bass that is in this riser, and as it goes up, you can feel the tension building. It's a different vibe from a usual riser, which is basically just high, mid-high frequencies, and this one starts with a lot of body and gives it like a different vibe, I guess, than a regular riser or uplifter.
Burning all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. I don't give a fuck who sleep, I never snooze. I don't give a fuck who beef, I never lose. Born to rule.
Danny,
Yeah?
do you write your own lyrics, or is it Apathy who's writing the lyrics?
Apathy is writing the lyrics, yeah. He's a professional vocalist, and he does it himself. Let's see. This filthy snares is basically just a regular. I'm not entirely sure where the snare is from, but it's like just from a regular dubstep pack, I guess. And heavily distorted, and I put a filter in front of the distortion to sweep them around the way you usually make kick tricks or kick edits. I did it for the snares, and it sounds pretty sweet.
Born to rule.
Very filthy and aggressive, and yeah, I like it.
Born to rule.
All right, first drop. Very 2020 style kick.
Born to rule.
Dirty and aggressive with a clean punch with a lot of pressure on it. Yeah, this is the type of kicks you hear a lot. I would say the last year, 2 years maybe. Now it's really blowing up, and I like it. I like to You know, I like the way the music is evolving and changing all the time, and it's this kind of kicks that or ideas that keep it fresh.
Born to rule. Yeah.
So these kind of parts, these I mean, I guess we call them kick edits. And it's the same way I did these snare edits.
Born to rule.
It's just a lot of distortion and filter sweeps in front of the distortion to create those you know, sweep effects and really amplify them with the distortion.
Yeah. Heart full of heat and straight rocket fuel.
This is the second kick. What's mostly different about it, and what's these days with kicks, it's a lot about the punch, the attack. It's in many ways it's more important than the tail. Actually, it can change the kick character completely. And these two kicks are very similar, but because of the different attack, it sounds very different.
Got a heart full of hate and yeah. Got a heart full of hate and straight rocket fuel. What up?
And this is actually the only. Usually I would dedicate like a whole mid-intro part to a screech, you know. So you get your first drop, you get the build-up, you get the small break, you get your drop, and you get a screech part. But in this case, I changed. I decided to do it differently and you know, use a different arrangement. So here's just a small part with a screech. This is silent 1. A lot of reverb and delay on it, and a heavy volume shaper or sidechain, whatever you want to use. I don't think this screech actually made it into the final track. It's slightly different than what I'm used to hearing when I play this track. But the essence is the same. I think I changed it for the final version.
What up? Boom. Fuck that.
Alright. Back to the same sounds from the beginning, from the first break. Now we just added the Redominator, which is basically a plug-in version of the Alpha Uno, which was used a lot in 90s gabber and old school music. And I really like this one. It has a lot of body, and overall it's a great synth. I also used it for the lead sound of Mighty Methods, one of my latest tracks. You can really get that authentic 90s vibe that no other synth gives you.
Fuck that.
So this is the first time the lead comes in. Also, I will show you in my next project, which is this older project of Born to Rule. I will show you how those leads, which parts they are made of, and how the melody looks like in MIDI.
I don't give a fuck who sleep, I never snooze. I don't give a fuck who beef, I never lose.
This is a bass sound also from Omnisphere, which is like a layer for the main melody to give it more body and make it sound more aggressive. Otherwise, if I play the lead without this, it's really, it doesn't have enough power. So like this, it has more impact, when it kicks in.
Burning all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. Born to rule.
This is, again, a different kick. This one is divided into 2 layers. This is basically just the tail. As you can see here, I low cutted it 2 till 260, and then the trash, which I use a lot, basically for everything that has to be distorted, I use the trash. I usually always choose distort and clip control as my main settings, and then play around with the drive. I don't really do much else because it sounds good to me, and it does exactly what I need. So that's usually all I do with the trash. After that, another low cut, because even though you cut it before the distortion will amplify stuff. Also, maybe some rumble in the low end that you don't want. So you can always do a second low cut after the distortion. So your, all the low end has disappeared from your tail. And usually I use linear phase instead of zero latency, because it removes actually more than zero latency. So that if you're dealing with low end, that is your best setting right there. And this is again the volume shaper. I also use that a lot, taking away the attack of the tail. Yeah.
Which plugin was for the more impact for the synth? Which plugin was that?
The bass sound. That was Omnisphere.
The Omnisphere.
Yeah. Also, when I will open the project in a little bit, I can show you which preset it was. And so with the volume shaper, I took off the punch, because we don't need the punch. We have enough punch on the original kick track, and we just use this one to add more noise to the kick. So see if I turn on the volume shaper, we just get the tail and not the attack. So without the tail, the kick sounds like this, which is pretty cool. But in the end, for the track and with this noisy melody on top, I was missing something when it comes to the noise of the kick, and that's why I added this tail. It's just it brings more energy to it. Otherwise, it was sounding a little bit too dry, I guess. So that's why I added it. This kick, I made a kick for that remix I did for the Eazy-E track that I uploaded a little while on YouTube as a free release. And I made a kick especially for that. And this punch from this kick I use a lot on different kicks as well now, because it came out so nice. And I also used it for this one. So here, this punch somehow didn't came out right for this part. It doesn't have enough attack to it, and it's not sharp enough somehow. So I took the punch that I made for the Eazy-E refix, and this one, if I just solo it, it sounds like this, which is a little bit more edgy and a little bit more snappy than the other one. And it otherwise I was getting a problem if I would play the melody and this previous kick without this attack. It would get very muddy and the melody wouldn't come out right and the kick wouldn't come out right. So I needed something with a lot more attack and a lot more snap. So that's why I changed it. Here are a bunch of tricks and edits into one block at the end of the bar to, to create some energy and some cool effects before the next kick kicks in. This is just, well, I can show you later how I do stuff like this, and this, if you do tricks like this throughout the track, it gives just more, it makes it more alive than just kick rolls, This is again the same kick as the first drop. Here I went down with the melody, like the hardstyle type, when the tail of the kick goes up and down with the melody. I use these snares also as edits throughout the track. This is just a dubstep snare from Vengeance, I guess, and I pitched it up so it sounds high and again snappy. And use the panning, M auto pan I use for all my panning, and give some body here to the snare with some mid frequencies. And that is basically it. A little bit of reverb on it, and just these kind of effects are cool to play with throughout the track.
Bullies on the block get rocked in front of school. Dropped on the concrete, mopped up the fool. I don't give a fuck who sleep, I never snooze. I don't give a fuck who beef, I never lose. Come on. What the fuck?
This is this sound that you hear. It's actually from that serum you heard in the beginning with the chords. This one.
All my enemies are burying bones.
No.
Bullies on the block get rocked in front of.
Yeah, this one, yeah. I got lost for a second, but this one is the same sound, just no chords, no double notes. This is the same sound as the serum from the beginning.
Come on. What the fuck?
This is just an extra punch, I guess. Without the punch, it didn't have enough impact.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you can really hear the difference, and that it really needed this extra punch. Usually what I do is throw a low cut on it, so no sub frequencies are messing around with the original kick. It just only gives a little bit of extra attack to it, and that's it.
full of hate and straight rocket fuel. Straight rocket fuel. Gangsters, hustlers, hardcore.
Yeah?
There's one question.
Yeah.
For the kick, how do you know what sub bass level is enough?
Like how much if there's enough bass in the kick.
Yeah.
Well, we can go through that later. Usually I don't use any analyzers or anything. I just use my ears, I guess. I use the car check, like many producers out there. I think, when a track is finished or it's nearly finished, to check certain frequencies. Even though you have like a expensive studio with expensive speakers or whatever, a test in your car, if you have a good sound system in your car, can really do wonders. So these are like things that I use to check if I have enough bass or if there's not too much mid frequencies that are resonating and hurting your ears. Stuff like this. It's mostly I do it on my hearing and without any analyzers. The only analyzers I usually use to check sub for the kick is the one in the Pro Q. This one is basically the only analyzer I use to check if there's enough bass or whatever frequency inside a track or a kick or a sound or whatever.
And those extra punches are the same punches two times?
Yeah, same punches. Exactly. So yeah, that is Born to Rule. In the last part, there's a new melody, but the sound is the same as the first melody. There's not much going on that is that we haven't talked about in the previous part. Yeah, I don't know if there's any questions, anything about this track, or do you want us to move on and see the MIDI of this track?
Yeah, people want to see how you made the kicks in the projects and the melodies.
Okay. Well, I will show you how I make a kick in a little bit, and but first we can go through a previous project of this one where not everything is audio, and we can check out some of the synths I used, presets, and the settings, the inserts, etc.
Yes.
All right, so we're back with the original, at least a original project of the Born to Rule with still the MIDI elements inside, so we can check out some of the stuff I did here. So I guess the first part here is the screech. Let me play that. Yeah. So the project, which was supposed to be the final project, which I just showed you, has a different screech than this one, and I think this one actually made it because it sounds more familiar. But I mean, the idea is the same. It used to be just a clean hardstyle lead, as far as I remember, from a bank. I'm actually not sure where this is from, but I manipulated it so many times that it's just a completely different sound. As you can see here, these pitch controls really define a lot of the, make the sound the way it is. And of course, the phaser, the chorus. See, if I turn back the detune and the voices, it slowly becomes just a regular sound. I think the most character of the sound is defined by those pitch controls and by these two waveforms opposed to each other, which makes the sound so crispy and kind of nasty. And the chorus option in silent is just gold, in my opinion. It really creates this spooky character that it will give you very fitting sound to your screeches, or whatever, or your leads. And in this case, I use the phaser. Usually, I wouldn't really use it. I would do it myself. For instance, here are the inserts on the screech. And usually, I would just take just a big bell like this before the distortion. So here you have the trash again with the clip control settings. This time the drive went up quite a bit, and which is totally fine for a screech. I mean, it should sound dirty. And so if we would take this bell, you can create a similar sound to the phaser in the silent one, but just you have more control. But I think I got lazy for a second and used the phaser. That's it. But I would always, recommend to use. It sounds more evil when I play it now. I think this one sounds more evil. If I use the Pro Q and sweep it around like this, it sounds better. Plus, you have complete control, more control so than the phaser, which also offers a lot of control, obviously. But when you automate this sweep and put it on your channel, then you can do whatever you want at any second that you want. So, like I said, it gives you more control. And if I remove that, these are settings, EQ settings on the screech. I cut out here and there some frequencies that bothered me. First of all, low cut. The silent always has this heavy rumble, which you don't want. Which is, pretty serious, and you really don't want that. You can even go further if you want. And usually with the lead, for instance, I would also automate it. So the moment in the break the lead kicks in or the screech kicks in, you can keep it like this or like this. Just take off a little bit of the edge here. And when the kick drops, you can just go all the way here, for instance, to 250, 300, depending on the sound. And it will not mess around with the low frequencies in your kick. So, for instance, you can imagine if you would just play it like this. You hear all this, this low rumble. This will not be good for your kick if you play them together, so it will mess up your mix. So in this case, I just did it till about here, I guess. But later I will show you that with the leads, it's important to go a lot more further into the low cut.
Get fuel.
Yeah.
Do you prefer to make the rhythm for the screech entirely in MIDI, or do you manipulate also the rendered audio file as well?
No, the only thing I may do is reverse some of the reverb in audio. So you can get this kind of like what you hear a lot in raw style now that the screech kicks in, a lot of reverb, and then a reverb in the in reverse goes back into the next note of the screech, which kind of gives like this very I don't know how to call it, flashy new vibe to it, which a few years ago nobody did. So if I use audio on the screech, it would only be to do stuff like that, but I would not make change the groove or the melody in audio. I only do that in MIDI. So for the rest, also some rumble, which I cut out. This one, here's a lot of resonant sound which I don't want. And this one as well. Now you have to, of course you can cut out stuff like this, but you always have to watch out that you don't go all the way paranoia and freak out and start cutting out all the little frequencies and spots that you think are resonant or giving you issues, because you will create kind of like a phaser effect, and it will take away all the harmonics from your sound. So you can cut frequencies, of course, because especially the silent. You know, when the filter is a little bit down, the resonance is up, of course there will be a lot of frequencies, especially with the trash on it, that will make it resonate, which is fine, but you can cut out some of them. But like I said, don't freak out, don't go overboard and start cutting your sound to pieces, because it will just mess it up instead of improve it.
What up? Boom. Fuck.
All right, that was a screech. Here is the redominator I talked about. This is this VST, which is awesome. It has so much body, just from its basic settings without any EQ or plugins on it. It sounds very, very heavy.
Fuck that.
Fuck that.
Fuck that.
See, I even had to cut out some sub, which usually in a break would not be that necessary, but because this one is just by itself is very, very heavy.
Fuck that.
Fuck that.
Especially in the here in this. Of course, I could go, and go one higher, but then I would lose the sub, and this wouldn't be necessary, but it would not create the same vibe. So I want that lower G note, and just cut off a little bit of the extreme sub that is coming along with it. This is the same notes. This is the Omnisphere. Super cool plugin. I've been using it since since it started out as Atmosphere. And it's just, if you want to have quality sounds, I mean, it's basically like it's all samples, of course, but the quality of the samples is huge, and it's one of my favorite plugins for stuff like this. This is just a string. Okay, the keyboard lost it. There we go. This one I had to give a lot more presence because it's kind of muddy by itself. Took off most of the low and low mid frequencies just to keep that high, fresh sound, and put a lot of reverb on it.
Benny, about the reverb.
Yeah.
There's a question: do you use send channel for the reverb and delay, or is it just on the channel?
Just on the channel.
And do you time the reverb and delay into the BPM of the tracks? Do you?
Reverb, not. I don't time the reverb, no. But the delay, of course, yeah. Otherwise, it would get messy, I usually just use the standard delay, the ping pong delay from Cubase. This I used for most of my tracks. I never use any external delay plugins or anything. For me, it does what it has to do, and it's good enough for me. And for the reverb, I use Lexicon Hall most of the time. Large Pop Hall is the setting I've been using for quite some time. Of course, you can manipulate and change the settings the way you want here. Take down the low end of your reverb, add more high frequencies, whatever, the reverb time, and of course the time your reverb will start with the pre-delay. And yeah, that's basically it. And then for this, this is the high string, and this is the same preset just low. The only thing is, this one is slightly to the right here. This one, the lower one, is slightly to the left, and without the low cut, of course, because we want to get that low frequency tension from the string. So this one was not supposed to be low cut that much as the upper one. And when you add the redominator, this choir, in my opinion, gives so much atmosphere to this break because of the chord stabs. And like I said before, this is the Requiem bank. Also been using it for quite a while. And it still sounds cool. And I really like these choir sounds and I use it a lot. It fits with hardcore music, I think. And especially in this track, it gives a nice atmosphere together with the piano, of course. This is the Nexus. Let me check the inserts. Okay, so this is a from the Total Piano Bank for Nexus. Preset is called Hyper Piano. I just left on the delay and the reverb from the original preset. And if I would turn off all my inserts, it would sound like this. Which sounds alright, but doesn't have enough impact at all, and it doesn't give you any epic feeling. You know, it sounds kind of dry and not very spectacular at all. So that's why I put up a bunch of presets and plugins to get that, you know, reverby, energetic effect that it has now. This one, this is an EQ that does nothing. There is the clip control again for in the trash, which is giving a little bit of distortion to the sound. And what I think is cool, and many people might be not agreeing with this, with me on this, but if you leave on reverb and delay, for instance, in your original plugin, and you throw in a bunch of distortion, it can have a really cool effect. Many people are against this and would say, you shouldn't do this, you will ruin the sound, it will get messy or whatever, but it depends what kind of sound you're looking for and what kind of idea you have. That, you know, a preset from a synth with verb and delay and throw a distortion on it afterwards, it can, sometimes it can work great. Alright, here I took out again a few things that bothered me, a few dips here, and added a little bit of high frequencies here, and I'm not sure if all of them are necessary here. Sometimes I'm just messy and chaotic, you know, sometimes I put points here which I turn off later, I don't remove them or anything, they just keep standing here, so it might look a little bit chaotic because it is. So this is the delay. Nothing special here. I always like a lot of delay and reverb on sounds like this, especially on my leads as well, and screeches. It always gives this kind of energetic, epic feeling, and it's a very important element for most of my sounds. So here we have the long reverb for with a long tail for the piano. And at the end of the chain, I put this. It's not the end. Okay, we have one more EQ after this with two simple equalizing. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, yeah. With a piano, usually this kind of stuff is a problem in the mix, especially if you listen on. For instance, if you go to your car, like we said before, you do a car test and you listen in your car. Suddenly, frequencies like this pop out really loud, and then you hear. That's why a car test for me is so important, because I sometimes I hear stuff that I don't hear in the studio, like this. That's why it's also on after the compressor, because usually the compressor, it would be my last point in the chain. That's why I thought it was my last one. But probably I checked it in the car and it didn't sound good, and I added the EQ after the compressor just to take out some of these frequencies which were bothering me in the car, I guess. So this is a plug-in compressor from Universal Audio. I have this Universal Audio card, and I use this one a lot on many of my sounds. Especially if you put it after the delay, after the hall, it really amplifies. And first it gets the attack of the piano, which takes away some of the reverb and the delay, and the moment it stops, it gets the release, and it really gets more into your face because of the compressor. I know that there are different tactics to do this, more conventional ways, like add a delay send here, or a delay reverb, put a sidechain compressor on it, and let the sound sidechain that reverb or delay. But to me, the effect is basically the same, and I like it the way I do it now. But I know that many people out there are doing it in a different way for a similar effect. So this is the melody. At first, the melody I wanted to use was, if I put back the pitch bend here, like put it back to 0. And my initial idea was just to take a pitch bend down on all the last notes of the parts here, but it would sound like this. Which is, first of all, it's very similar to Mighty Methods, one of my other recent tracks, and somehow this one didn't, this marker didn't make it back correctly, and it turned out like this, and by accident this melody appeared like this. And the first time I heard it, was like, yeah, I like this. It sounds much better than what I was doing before. It's just, it has more vibe to it, especially this note, because of this pitch bend part here. First it goes down and goes back up and goes down again, and it kind of gives a unusual effect to the note that I would normally wouldn't use. Kind of gives like this, how to explain it, like some kind of sad element into this one particular note. And kind of gives more dynamic to what is basically a simple melody. Usually I prefer to keep melodies, to make them not too complex, not go too far, but keep it minimalistic and simple, because it sounds cool and more aggressive. So small details like this can make a big difference in what is basically a simple melody like this.
I don't give give a fuck who sleep, I never snooze. I don't give a fuck who beef, I never lose.
So here's that bass filler we were talking about earlier. This is the preset for the guy who was asking about it. This is what I used to fill up the synths. But I mean, you can probably do that with any type of bass sound. It just needs to you just need to try a few and see what fits with your particular melody and type of synth. But generally, you could do that with any bass sound. So this is the first sound from 5 is Nexus. It's a lead from the Hardstyle 2 bank, which is available on their website, and I bought it. And this is it's called Nice Super Saw 2. For this one, I turned off the reverb and the delays and everything because I was gonna throw on a lot of it on the group channel. I would send them all out too. So I didn't really need any internal reverbs for this one. This is from the same bank. This is just the first of 3 super saws which I used. That's the second in line. Spire. This is from a trance bank. I think it has been modified by me, of course. It used to be from this. I'm not entirely sure where it's from, but it's a cool super saw-ish sound, which really fits with the rest of it. I usually don't create sounds from scratch. I mean, I can, but it would take me a lot of time. And there are so many great presets out there. I mean, I don't really see. Of course, if you enjoy to do this, if you're, if that's your thing to make sounds from scratch, that is fine. But for me, that would. I prefer to do it a little bit faster and just use a preset that someone made, modify it to my own taste, and it would save me a lot of time. There's a second, I think this is the same Spire, but I took down the tune of this one by 1 octave, and it's, if I'm correct, let's see. Okay, this is earlier in the project. Okay, later on I would compress this one, the lower one, more, and I would EQ it differently. That's why I took them from the same sound from 2 different Spires, because I would later on EQ and compress them differently. And we hear at the silent, which adds that dirty sound to the lead. This is always, when it comes to Silent 1, I always take that same screech I made since, since one of the tracks I did for the Creative Chaos album. Let me see. I don't really remember which one it was, but I made one screech which I have been using as a bass screech for all my tracks, and I simply change them constantly for every track. And I also use it for my leads, so it is a dirty, aggressive sound, but it's more in the background and not so much in the front, so that's why you can just add a little bit of nasty effects to your lead. So this is the lead group. Without any inserts, it sounds like this. It's mostly, if you see, if I think about most of my tracks, usually for leads, screeches, it's always the same pattern. First, it's a EQ with low cut or maybe some frequency cuts here and there. Then there's the distortion. If you want to, you don't need to put a distortion on your leads, of course, but in this case I did. If I would take it off, it would sound a little bit less aggressive. The trash in this case gives kind of like a more dirty and nasty feel to it, which fits with the melody in my opinion. This is basically more or less a stereo expander. It's taking the frequencies which are active here and put the stereo placement on side. So basically it will take the sides and amplify them of your sound. So let's see. So from here to here, it's going to be boosted only on the sides, which is pretty cool. And here is the delay I used. Nothing spectacular. Reverb again. This one's really, I really like it. Also the reverb time, I usually put it very long. I just really like the hall and the great stadium effect it gives you. And after that, again the same compressor to squash everything a little bit together and give it more presence, especially when like I said before, when the notes stop or when the input of the when the sounds stop, the reverb has time to breathe because of this compressor. Because well, like I explained before, the moment this turns off, everything will drown in this reverb, kind of. But if I turn this on, the synths themselves will get to the front, and the moment the synths stop, the reverb will get to the front. So it's like you will give more impact to your original synth and more impact to the reverb. That's why I use it a lot. And I guess I used a limiter to make sure the output wasn't going that much into the red. So yeah, basically that's it when it comes to the leads.
Yeah. About the leads, there's a question: do you use the serum as well for your melodies?
Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, sometimes use the serum, but I'm really not that familiar with it. I use it sometimes. This crunchy intro sound, which we played before in the previous project of Born to Rule, this was a serum. But in general, I'm not really that much into serum. Yet.
The silent sound, is that the Angerfist signature that you hear in every lead, or is it just the more the riff or the...
I think it's... No, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say what the signature is. I think these settings are also making it sound very Angerfist, because it's like I said, it's unconventional. It's an unconventional way of doing it. Many people, I think many producers would think it's weird to put a distortion on your lead group and put a compressor after your hall and delay. So maybe it will give a specific sound, but you know, it's not just that, it's also the type of melodies, I guess, the type of notes you prefer, that makes Angerfist sound different.
And what sounds good, or is it a particular strategy you're using?
Well, it just yeah, what sounds good. It's just I just go through some sounds which I like and stack them together. Sometimes they don't fit together at all. Sometimes it fits together very nicely. Sometimes your leads, you can spend hours on leads and just don't get it right, even though you take all the settings I just showed you on the group. But if your sounds are not right and they don't fit together, it won't sound right. So it just takes some time to find the right sounds and change them into what you want them to sound like. Put them all together and stack it with effects. And it's a time-consuming thing. It takes time for you to find the right melody and right leads. Okay, we're back. We got a lot of questions in the break about kicks and all the elements of the kicks, but we're gonna go through everything later today, and we're gonna really focus on kicks a lot. So I'm gonna show you a way of doing it, and no stress. We're gonna go through the whole kick process. So I think first what we're gonna do now is go through a few questions.
Yes.
And yeah, bring it.
Okay, what synth did you use to make the screech in Creed of Chaos?
Silent one. It's a silent one. I think the bass of the sound is the same as this. It's just heavily distorted, if I remember correctly, in Creed of Chaos, and also with the mid sweeps that I talked about before. Before the distortion, take a bell in your Pro Q3 and sweep it around to get that really 90s kind of cool floating effect in your screech. But I'm 99% sure it was silent one.
Okay, great. Do you work with your kicks also in MIDI or only in audio?
Only audio.
Okay.
Yeah, there's several ways to make them. Sometimes use microtonic. So basically, I mean, to make them, microtonic depends, or if you want to have this kind of like modern electronic sounding tail, you can use other synths for that as well. Serum, I see many people using Serum for this, but in the end it all becomes audio, and then I start using it as audio also. I don't put it back into a sampler or anything like that.
Okay. There's a mixing question. Can you show us how to mix the lead and kick together?
Yeah. So, okay, let's play the lead again in full force with the bass line under it and everything.
Burning all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. Born to rule.
What I usually do before the kick drops, I take, for instance, basically, okay, this one was already here, but what I usually do is, I can also do it like this. It's the same thing. Okay, 1 second. I do a massive low cut on the entire group of the leads, because when the kick comes in, it takes up most of your spectrum anyway, and the lead can be heavily cut without you even noticing, and it will take away all the low frequencies that could mess around. Low mid frequencies that could mess around with your kicks. We have a wheel of death. Okay, we're back. I restarted Cubase. So what I was saying about the leads, the moment the kick drops, you can cut out a lot of your low and mid-low frequencies, because like I said, the kick will take up the entire spectrum, most of it, and you won't even notice that the lead is cut that much. So now it sounds like this with a kick under it. So now it sounds alright, but everything is. I mean, the master. If I would export it like this, the master would be pretty soft. So you want to, in the end, you want to create a certain amount of loudness into your track, and if you push it more into the final compression and limiters and everything, this will become a mess because there are frequencies in this lead that you don't want under the kick. So what I usually do is here's the build up, and here during the drop vocal, for instance, I
Born to rule.
I automate it. Let's see. There it is. This is the knob I just automated in Pro Q3, and we can go as far as, I would say, about 350 hertz, maybe a little bit less. Let's see how that sounds, cutting out all the frequencies that we don't want.
Born to rule.
Okay, that's a little bit too much.
And about the loudness, Danny.
Yeah.
Do you have certain RMS or specific loudness you're aim for in your tracks?
I'm not really measuring any RMS or anything like this. This is my generally so this is the stereo output of my track. This is the basic stuff I usually put on there. So there's like an EQ. This is a preset from a Fab Filter, which is a declutter, and it cuts out a lot of mid frequencies. And you have two of them. There's one that says mid, and one that says nothing. Mid means only mid frequency, so nothing on the side gets cut off. It's just cutting in the mid. Depending on your track, I mean, I start with this whole chain on my master, so that's how I make music. So I put on a bunch of plugins, and then that's how I start making music. So for you, it might be different. Maybe you have a very different method of making music, and you don't need any declutter or anything like that. It depends on how you make music. So it's not like this is the golden rule or golden chain for your project. But
so you really mix into those master settings?
Yes, I start the project with all this on. So there's two Pro Qs. I guess you could use one as well. I just did it like this. And these are 3 Pro L2s, which I use always in this order. And yeah, these are just, let me take this away. So first of all, I take some of this messy frequencies out. Then this one's also a pretty good one. These are this is a 200 hertz cut, brick wall only sides. So all the rumble, low rumble that you don't need on the sides is getting cut off from 200 hertz. So this is all. Let's see if I play this. See, there's a bunch of stuff in there that you don't need or want, because you don't need anything to be on the sides at all. So this cuts that off, which is pretty cool. And here's a little boost in the key of the track is G. Here's a little boost in the sub area, especially focused on the kick. Of course, it's over the entire master, so it will also boost low frequencies in your pads or break elements or whatever. But I guess this track needed a little bit more body, and that's why I did it on the master and added it like this. But I did keep the original key in mind, which is G of the track and of the kicks, melody, and everything. After that, I put on just a Pro L. I do nothing to the gain here. It just is doing its algorithm, which sounds good, which I think sounds good. This is the preset practically clipping, and Here's a second one. Also, doesn't do anything over here. This preset I would really recommend. I'm not sure what it does. Obviously, it's all hidden behind this plugin, and you don't really know what it does. At least I don't. But this is from the older version, and it's from the Pro L1. The presets, they kept it and they put it here in a separate folder. And it's the dubstep punchy controlled lows, which does something to your low frequencies. It really keeps it tight, and I would really recommend it to put it on your master, or maybe put it on your kick drums if you want to do that. It's a good choice to do that. And as a third one, I have the another preset from the new line of presets that they have. EDM, aggressive and tight. And here's where I really put it up a little bit to get more loudness into the track. Now, what I usually find as to be the best way is to not really surpass that -4 level, because then usually it starts clipping. I mean, obviously it's already clipping, but now we're keeping it balanced and everything sounds relatively clean. But if I go over here and go to the -5, between -4 and -5, I can already hear a real obvious clipping of the kick pressing away the leads, and the whole thing will start to sound messed up. So my advice is to always keep it maxed out over here. And going back to the leads, this I think as far as we should go with this is about 300. Because if we go back to 350 like before, you can really hear. Yeah. See, so this is too much, and you can really hear a massive difference with that. But around 300 combined with the kick, it will blend together well, and you won't really hear that you're cutting off so many frequencies, but it also won't interfere with the low frequencies of your kicks. Well, yeah, that's something what I also have been doing for, I guess, the past year or two. I put on a volume shaper tight on the attack of the kick. Depending also what kind of kick it is. Sometimes if your attack on the kick is not that aggressive and loud, you cannot really open up the volume shaper that much. But if you have a very punchy, snappy attack, you can really open up your volume shaper, and it will just at the moment the kick punches in, the lead will be more quiet, so the attack of your kick will come out more louder and more have more impact in general, and it will not again it's the same idea. It will not interfere with any frequencies of your kick. So you can hear this one. I didn't do it that much, so it was 33%. If I would go on 100%, it would sound like this. So let's see how that sounds with a kick. Yeah, this is good because this way you don't even notice that it's happening, but it is happening, and it is giving more space to the punch, the attack of your kick. So it is for a good cause. And if you don't really, sometimes you want to hear it a lot, and it sounds cool if you like full on throw it open, and it sounds really sidechains and crazy on a certain sound. Depends what your aim is, you know. But in this case, it needs to be subtle but effective. Yeah.
Do you deal with the key of your song so that the kick and the leads are in the same key?
Yes. Always. Always. You need to have your kick in key with your melodies. Yeah, that's basic rule number one. Otherwise, it will sound like shit. So make sure everything is in key. Yeah, that's like step number one. Make sure everything is in key.
All right. Can you show us how you process the vocals from the raw
Yeah.
files you receive until you...
Yeah, so like I said before, the vocalist from USA who was doing these vocals for me. Let me see for a second. So this is his file. This is how he sent it to me. Let me just cut off the last part. This is just one shots and everything. We don't need that. So this is like the chain I have on the vocals. Let me turn that off for first, and let's see how it sounds.
Burning all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. I swear to God, I was born to rule. Got a heart full of hate and straight rocket fuel. Burning all my enemies and burying.
Okay, that's how it sounds. Already the quality obviously is good. I mean, the guy is a pro and he sent a good quality file. But to make it fit with this type of music and in a track like this, a lot of stuff needs to happen. So first of all, I cut out a lot of low and low mid frequencies. That's not what I need.
My enemies are burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. I swear to God, I was born to.
I mean, I can imagine if you have a hip hop track, which he usually does, maybe you would cut out less because the instrumentals around it are more clean, and you would leave a little bit more of these frequencies in there, but we don't need that for this because most of the time his vocal is playing. There's a lot of other stuff on the side. So we want to cut out as much as possible. Obviously, if it still sounds good. So.
Rocket fuel.
Also did a little dip there, and after that, distortion.
Burning all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. I swear.
Again, clip control. I always use clip control. I did a little bit on the filter unit, which Trash has a filter unit which you can put before the distortion. I usually don't use it, but in this case, I see I did a little bit. I don't know if it actually has that much effect.
I swear to God, burning all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. I swear to God, I was born to rule.
Well, it's minimal. After that, I have another EQ with very radical cuts and taking out quite some frequencies because, again, like I said before, because of the Trash, many frequencies of the voice are amplified a lot, and you want to cut them out again if they bother your mix. So. It's basically the same area. Cutting it out again because it started to annoy me and complicate the mix. Here, some mid frequencies.
Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. I swear to.
And especially with vocals, and if you throw some distortion on it, this kind of frequencies can really hurt your mix and in general make your track, especially when the vocal is playing, can make it tiring for your ears if this kind of frequencies like pop out that loud.
All my enemies and
here, cut out some high frequencies and a little bit of high. Took off a little bit of high here in the end. Then another compressor from Universal Audio. This one is a classic Universal Audio compressor. I really used it on full force. It's heavily compressing. It's just the way I like it. It just makes the voice sound so much more full and powerful, I guess.
Burning all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. I swear to God I was born to rule. Got a heart full of hate and straight rocket fuel. Burning all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones.
It just creates, this like a certain flow to your vocal that without any compression. I mean, probably there are many compressors out there that do exactly the same thing, but I like to use this one for the vocal, and later on I also use the one I showed you before, which is this one. Really heavy also. Really squeezing it, squashing it to get that aggressive vibe to it. In the middle, between the two compressors, I also put a very small reverb.
Burning all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones.
To make it a little bit less dry, I guess. Make it a little bit more alive. I mean, in hardcore, it's many things have lots of reverb, and it would sound odd if you would take a vocal and just put it in dry without any reverb. At least to me, it sounds strange, and I would always put a little bit reverb on your voice. You can also use a shorter plate or a room reverb for that if you want. Main thing, it's not in there completely dry.
Burning all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones.
So this one does a lot of work as well. If I turn it off here, you can hear the difference.
Burning all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. I swear to God I was born to rule. Got a heart full of hate and straight rocket fuel. Burning all my...
This is so cool, I think, because the reverb is in front of this compressor and it's constantly trying to squeeze itself out, but it won't get any space because the vocal. That's how you really get some kind of energetic vibe to the vocal, which it's constantly moving around, because the compressor and the delay, the reverb that is before the
Burning
compressor.
all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate the thrones. I swear to God I was born to rule. Got a heart full of hate and straight rocket fuel. Burning.
And after that, again, some heavy EQ, some serious low cut. Let's see.
Burning all my enemies and burying. Overthrow the
In FX channel, you use a Q3 and a Q2. Is it? For
No, it's by accident.
Okay.
Yeah. If I listen to this now, I would maybe even go a little bit further and cut some more off
on
here.
the rule. Burning all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the throne. I swear to God I was born.
It's basically, we're doing the same thing as before. Maybe the frequencies are not identical to the previous EQs, but the idea is similar. But because of all the heavy compressing we're doing, you need to do it again and again to cut off these frequencies because they just get constantly pushed forward because of all the extreme compression settings. So that's why we have another one here at the end. So yeah, like the question said, this is a Pro Q2. It's because they're next to each other here, and I clicked Pro Q2 instead of Pro Q3 by accident, I guess. And at the end, we have another reverb.
Burning all my enemies and burying bones.
It's just to create a little bit more epicness to it, like I said before.
Burning all my enemies and burying bones.
So if we go back now and turn off the entire chain.
Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. I swear to God I was.
Now it sounds more hip hop, I guess, and with all this on it, it sounds more hardcore to me.
Burning all my enemies and burying bones. Decapitate kings and overthrow the thrones. I swear to God I was born to rule. Got a heart full of hate and straight rocket fuel. Bully. I don't give a fuck who sleep. I never snooze. I don't give a fuck. Bullies on the block get rocked in front of school. Dropped on the concrete. Be mopped up the fool. I don't give a fuck who lose. I don't give a fuck who beef. I never lose.
Okay. Anything else, question-wise?
Well, there's a question about your creative process when starting a melody. So, do you have any certain rules to start a melody, or are you just playing around and just see what it does?
Yeah, just playing around. I mean, we could actually open up
something.
a... Sorry?
Create something new?
Yeah, we could actually open up a project. Obviously, I have something prepared. We have some leads lined up, something similar to what I used for Born to Rule. And it's just an empty project, and we can maybe play around with the melody, try to think of something.
Yeah, awesome.
And everyone can see how I usually do it.
Analog plugins, the emulation plugins, do you lower the volume or just keep it that way?
Which emulation plugins?
Like compressors or EQs?
If I lower the volume of the input or the output, or
Yeah, on the input side. Some, I think the question is about that some plugins are meant to be in a specific range.
yeah, no, I don't mind any of that. No, I just do what I think sounds cool. I don't really focus on any of that. No.
Okay. And Danny, about the samples you're using, like crashes or rides, do you use the transpose to change the tone of the samples, or just do you leave it as it is?
Actually, no, I don't use any. I'm not tuning the crashes or the rides or anything. No. I do with snares, if necessary. If the snare has a really resonant mid frequency, like for instance a kick punch or anything like this, and if the snare is in the same kind of range, then you have to tune it. But I don't go as far as tuning the crashes or anything. No.
And would you recommend Lexhall over Valhalla, or?
I haven't really tried the Valhalla that much. I saw it. I think it was at the Players Studio or at Never Surrender. I was there a while ago, but it's hard for me to give a clear opinion because I'm used to Lexhall. I haven't really tried the other ones.
Perfect. All right. Let's go into melody.
Okay. So here we have a 1 second. I'm removing some stuff. I guess I was playing around last night and left some stuff here. Let's see. Just removing all the controllers. Okay. Okay. No, I need to take this back for a second, because and remove the controllers again. All right, so this is it. This is also a bunch of plugins, same idea as before. Some Nexus, some filler here. Filler is basically... Oh, come on, keyboard. Fucking... Anyway, okay, let's see. So this is a bunch of leads going into a group like before. Let me see. This is what it sounds like. Now, usually I start my melodies on C because for me it's the most easy, because I know which notes fit with what. If I go out of the C area, I get confused. So usually I just use this as the base of the melody, and later on I put it up or down into the key of the track which I'm working in. So let's just play around for a little bit, see what comes out. I think I have some. That's it. Yeah, I got one EQ which is functioning as a filter here, I guess, which is going off at the end of the notes. I'll turn it off. So this melody sounds, I mean, it sounds okay, but it's nothing spectacular. So I'm just gonna take that away and start with something else for a second. Just start fresh. So if I would go to, see, so I took the kick from Born to Rule, and which is in G. So I need to change the notes of the melody. These are the sweeps that I just made. Put them in there, see how So yeah, that's basically how I do and play around with a melody, or when I try to make something. You know, it's not my best work, this one, but you know, this is usually how I start and just play around with it, and just, you know, try a new one, throw it away, until I really find something that I'm very happy about. And yeah, that's basically how I do it. This is how I usually do it. Oh. Yeah.
About the melody from Brain Fail.
Yeah.
Did you use the pitch automation to make that possible?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pitch typical. This you know, this pitch bend type yeah, melodies.
And when you're writing the melody notes, do you follow any kind of music theory?
No, no, I don't have any. I can't read any notes. I never went to school or anything for this, so it's just I just play around, and if it sounds cool, then it sounds cool.
And do you change the kick note during the melody?
Yeah, yeah, sometimes. I try to not do it every time the melody goes up and down, because it becomes, I guess, too hardstyley. I mean, it's two different genres, you know. I also don't like it if it constantly goes up and down. I prefer to have a more straight kick. Usually the first part, the first block of the kick and melody, I also keep the kicks always straight as much as possible. Because I don't really, I like when the melody and the kick just go straight on for a little bit without any edits or kick rolls. And maybe at the end of the melody, when you know, the last part of the melody, then I go up and down with the kicks. Usually up to give a little bit more energy before it drops into the next bar.
So you will say you prefer more to switch to different kicks instead of.
Yeah. Especially now these days, it's all about kick switches, and you know, people constantly want to see different, hear different kicks, different switches. Everything constantly needs to go into a completely different vibe. When a few years back it was just, you know, it was just one kick for a whole track. But those days are gone. It's all about the kick switches and lots of energy, which I also like. I mean, it's good that music is evolving and everything. So I just need to go with the flow, and I like the way it is now.
And mixing, do you process the different layers separately, like the EQ pen, to create space between them, or do you only process the leads in a group?
Before I process them and before I bounce this group into audio, of course, I do. Well, in this case, this is just a basic empty project, so all the leads have no EQ on it. But it's very possible that if I do a project with a separate, like 5, 6 several leads, that I EQ them separately, maybe pan them also separately. What I usually do is, you can see also here, timing is 0. Here I went 5 milliseconds delay. Here it's 3 milliseconds. This one's in 0. This is just the filler. And this one also 3 milliseconds. And this one 1 millisecond. And which makes the attack of the melody not so, especially if you put a lot of compression on it, it doesn't sound so flat and snappy, which personally I don't like. So the attack is a little bit spread out because of the difference in milliseconds between the separate synths. So this kind of elements I do, but in the end, after EQing and doing all the separate things for all the separate synths, it goes into one group. I bounce it and I throw it back into the project. And what I usually do is I keep one in the center and I duplicate the lead group twice. Once I go left, about 80, 85, go right, 80, 85, and this way it creates some sort of stereo image when it comes to the leads and also to the wide spectrum of your track, I guess. So that's it.
Thanks, perfect.
So yeah. What's next? You want to continue with the melody or?
I think it's time for kicks.
Kicks. Okay, kicks. Okay. I gotta close this project and load in the kick project. Maybe we're gonna take a 2-minute break.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, we're back and we're gonna do a little bit about kicks. I have to say that there are like 1,000 ways to make a kick or a tail of the kick or whatever. There are many ways to do this, and this is just one of them. I do usually use Filter Bank 3 for most of my kick edits or kick making, but since I recently updated to updated my iMac to Catalina, this one doesn't work anymore, and I updated literally a few days ago, and I had to improvise a little bit for this, but it came out pretty well, and I'm going to show you how you can, in my opinion, relatively easy. I mean, kicks is a it's a horrible thing for to spend your time on. It drives you completely crazy. If the end result is good, of course, it makes it all worth it. But in the end, I'm not a big fan of it. I hate to do it, but it has to be done, especially in hardcore when the kick plays such an important role in the tracks. So as the bass, I use Microtonic, classic Microtonic. Been using it for many years. And I made a preset, so I'm not going to go and create something from scratch, like live, because it can take up to 6 hours or 2 days or whatever, and it can still sound like shit. So this is something I prepared. This is the preset setting that I made, and without any inserts, it sounds like this. So that's your typical Microtonic sound. By the way, I have to say that it is important. Standard, if you select some kind of preset in Microtonic, usually this one is not. It's quite random. What I usually do is Control and press the frequency. So it goes back to the center and it's all the way to 0. Because sometimes it's a little bit off, and it's annoying to if you forget about this. it might mess up the pitch of your kick and might mess up the rest of your track. So anyway, you can just fill it out, or you can just do it like this. And usually I go back. If you look on the screen on the right, it says C1 plus 00. That's where I usually put it. And from there on, I just go into the MIDI and put it in the key of the track that I'm looking for. So again, we're gonna go make something in G. All right, so this is the basic microtonic, and here is the chain that's on it. Let's see. Starting off with a EQ, obviously. So this is the first Pro Q that I put on it. This is just a bunch of random stuff, you know. When you make kicks, you just try to figure out, you just play around, especially if you already have some distortion put on. Because here's like a bunch of distortion that is going over these two Pro Qs. So once you put that all on and then you start to tweak after, every little thing you do has a massive influence because it's so amplified by all this distortion and all this saturation. So any little thing you do. So right now it might seem a little bit ridiculous if you see it like this, but with a bunch of distortion on it, all these small things make a lot of impact. So that's what I'm constantly playing around with, making new markers and just doing whatever just to get some kind of effect. So this only really applies if you already have all the distortion turned on. So then everything you do makes a large impact here. So this is the second one. I guess I just flopped them around, flipped them over like here. The distortion may have been on this side or on this side. I just play around constantly, you know. Just move everything around, see what sounds cool and what not. And yeah, that's it. So this one just came, eventually ended up here. Some extra boost in the mid, which works very well before distortion. It gives you that full screaming hardcore sound in the kick that we are looking for. So if I turn it on with the two EQs, it's mostly a boost in the mid, which you can hear. And first of all is this Vengeance distortion. Clip distortion. To be honest, before this week, I hadn't really used it that much, but I had to improvise because I couldn't use Filter Bank anymore, so I tried a bunch of plugins that I bought in the past. And this one is from the Vengeance Producer Suite. And it's a pretty cool distortion. I think they try to kind of copy the Apple clip distortion, Logic clip distortion, which you have. I guess when I hear it, it sounds to me that they try to copy that sound a little bit. After that is the Saturn. It's just a basic preset. I didn't really change anything about this. I just put this on. And here you can see the name of the preset. Maybe I played around with the drive a little bit. So you see, most of the effect comes from this for now, and from this. So EQ is super important when you're doing this. It has most impact on your sound. You know, all the distortion, of course, inside the distortions you also have many ways to manipulate the sound, but it's mostly enhancing everything you're doing here. So these EQ settings are very important. But once again, this is not by any means anything you should copy or something. You can just play around with your own settings. You can go here, go here. It's not. There's no kind of science behind this. It's just random stuff that I played around with, and you should do the same. You should just play around and see, you know, what happens. So the trash here, again, clip control as usual, and drive full on. So the the thing I mostly focus on is the tail, because I know I'm gonna change the attack in a little bit. Because nowadays kicks are made of separate parts. I mean, in the past I did tracks live from Microtonic. I just put a bunch of plugins on the Microtonic and it was going live. It was playing live in the track actually. And those days are long gone. Now it's all about audio editing and perfecting the kick. Added new attack in audio, added extra tail, extra reverb in audio. So this is just mostly focused on the tail and the body. Which already, to me, sounds good. You just have to envision this with a cool attack on it and inside the track, The pressure is already there, a little bit. And this, I mean, I can hear something that I could make something out of. Okay, after that, we have another Pro Q3. This one boosting this up a little bit more. And here again the universal audio compressor. This one is mostly functioning for a little bit of loudness and squeezing it a little bit more, I guess. So yeah, this is what I did. Like I said, most of it is in comes after in audio editing, and I can show you that in a little bit if there are not any questions.
Nou, kom ik zo op terug. Ik ben even aan zo'n beantwoorden.
Okay, so
Yeah, if you ever tried the Rob Papa's raw kick?
no, I never tried it. I never heard of it actually.
And yeah, how did you make the first drop of Madrid with the punch kick?
Yeah, the first. You mean the first drop or the very first drop, like the soft kick or the mid part, I guess.
I think with the punch.
Okay. Well, we can look at that in a little bit. It's mostly about different punches. I will just render this and see what we can do if we have this in audio. Now, what I usually do is, in this case, I have a punch here. Usually, I put on a different punch to give that spiky attack effect to it. This one is from Madrid. It's not from that mid part kick. It's from the kick that goes along with the melody. It has this punchy, resonant attack. And what I do, or at least what I can do here, again, I'm just playing around. This is not any golden ticket to how you should do stuff or something like that. It's just a way of looking at how to make kicks. So for instance, here's the attack. And here is the tail of the microphone. So because we're making a kick, let me see. This is 90 BPM, so to get it to 180. Now this sounds a little bit static. You could, for instance, choose to take part of the tail, which is a little bit later. And I usually crossfade these two, and then maybe go back a little bit to blend those two together. No, I think it sounded better with. So this, the low end seems to be good. In general, the vibe of the kick is not that spectacular, but let me just bounce it for a second. I mean, in general, the waveform looks pretty okay. What I usually do to create some more dynamics in the kick is, for instance, I can take the moderate punch. I low cut it until this peak here, which is an important part of the punch. Don't cut that off. And then I put some reverb on it. And then, let's see, put a trash on it. Distort, clip control. And okay, let's see how that comes out if I render it. So now you basically have this. And what I usually do is get the volume shaper, take off the attack first of all, and then use it as something to create more flow in the kick. Okay, I can send those to to a group. For instance, I know that the tail of the kick is not that good yet, but let's just see how this sounds. And if we don't work it out, we can go back to the microtonic and try again for a better tail.
Klinkt wel strak hier.
Okay, these were settings from before. Just I'm gonna take that away. Gonna put some EQ in the front. Take out a little bit of low end and more distortion. Yeah, it's just that this tail sounds a little bit awkward. I mean, it sounds.
And Danny, why do you use a group?
For
Yeah, for this kick.
to put both the reverb and the regular kick through one channel and squash them together, you know. All right, we're back. We were just going through a bunch of questions from you guys. Many questions about the punch, the moderate punch, which this is a punch that has been processed many times. Actually, it's not something that I can just remake on the spot, because it has gone through countless, EQs, distortions, whatever. Maybe some punches have been added, or I mean, I can show you, for instance, here. These are all similar punches, and I think for instance, this is the Easy refix, and I think the attack from this, the very minimalistic, I mean, just the top snap of this one is also inside this Madrid attack. This one's from Mighty Methods. Okay, I will just load them in right like this. This one is from Born the Rule, which I think is just this one with a more EDM punch under it. You know, these are kind of things that they just, you know, you just sit down, you take one of these old samples and you just mess around with them until they start to sound different. In the end, it's all the same thing. It just means you need to EQ it, distort it over and over again, process it again, add maybe a small extra bit of pressure with the EDM punch or with EDM. You know, you have these cashmere packs where they have this nice top layer kicks when you can put on it for a little bit of attack. I mean, if you it sucks to do this, to make these punches and to make these kicks, but you just need to be creative. And it's like I said before, it's a time-consuming process.
And do you do transpose them with transpose or pitch shift, or how do you pitch them?
I pitch them with pitch shift, yeah, in Cubase. And there are times that I just use the transpose. If, for instance, if you have a lot of distortion on your track which is playing, because usually transpose really affects the quality of the sample. But if you go up and down with a kick tail, for instance, and you have a lot of distortion on it, for instance with kick edits or kick tricks, then I use transpose. But usually I would always use pitch shift for higher quality. So yeah, the story about that is just it's a hell of a task to make these tags, and especially it takes a lot of time. And you can spend hours on it and it will sound shit. So you just need to be lucky as well. So yeah, all of them sound pretty similar. But anyway, I can't make one on the spot. I would like to, but it's gonna take me a lot of time, and we're not even sure if it's gonna work out. So that's why I cheated a little bit and took this one from Madrid, because I knew it was gonna be a hassle to make one of these. So that's it. So we can go back to the microtronic for a little bit. It's hard to get rid of that crispy edge, which is not supposed to be there. But let's see.
Do you also create tails with microtonic?
Depends. I've used serum before, or splice. No, sorry, Spire. Spire in combination with serum. Especially this type of kicks, like for instance Critter, or these type of very modern kicks, which have this like long. It's hard to explain the sound of it. It's like it sounds like a long plastic tail somehow. It has much less flow, but it's intended to have much less flow. It's just like a straight line of electronic buzz. These ones are easy to make, relatively easy with Spire or serum. You just layer two or one or two bass lines with saw bass lines and try to line up the saw waveform and put them on top of each other, and then add a lot of distortion, EQ, and maybe add a sub bass in the bottom and put on an EDM-ish punch, and you get a kick like Critter, for instance. Hard to say. Hard to say. I think this one has much more body. But huh?
Can you explain how you made the Pennywise kick?
Similar to this, it's also microtonic, and fortunately back then I still had the filter bank, so I could a little bit more easy. I could make these typical sounding Angerfist kicks, and Pennywise. Okay, we're back and back with the kicks. So just now I was playing around a little bit with the kick group. which so far has the attack with the tail and the reverb part here, and it sounded like this, which is still a little bit static. And I was just playing around a little bit with this, and did quite a huge boost over here in the 600 hertz region, and it sounds like this now. So that's an improvement, I would say. The tail, I don't know, it's not perfect, but for now it's something we can work with. The flow of the tail, it could be more bouncy, I guess, especially if we're working with a triplet flow, but for now this will have to do. So we could bounce this, and just let me check one more thing. Try it with this one. I think we should we could use them both if we're gonna set up a small if we're gonna make like a setup for a track, for instance. We can use both of them to switch, because they're very similar but still different, and you can switch around between them and make it sound kind of alive. Okay. Alright, that's the first one, and we have this one still here. I'm gonna bounce that too. Okay, so we have now this one. I need to put the BPM back to 180, otherwise it's not gonna work. So you know, because there's like a lot of stuff going on, maybe if you bounce it, sometimes the first one, depending if you have compression or distortion or whatever on it, the first one might sound different than the second one, because of the impact it has the first time it plays the audio. So you can hear that there's a slight different punch in the first one compared to the second one. So let's take this one and let's see if it's the same here. First one appears to be louder, the punch, but this one is fine, just the middle one. If you want the punch to be louder, you can still do that later, like I showed you before, with a low cut duplicate of this, and just keep the attack or the punch and put it as an extra layer on. Okay, I will for now remove all this stuff. Okay, let's see. This one flows very nice, I would say, especially the way the reverb, through all this distortion, kind of sucks back into the next kick every time. This one sounds the best of both again. So usually what I do, if I just try to play around with the kicks a little bit, if I want to get that like this kind of raw style kind of kick rolls, I usually transpose the kicks with pitch shift. I like to put it up a full octave, for instance, without time correction. So it will be lengthwise, it will be 50% of the original kick. And if you put it at the end of a line of kicks, for instance, here at the 8th kick, the flow is nice, especially with this typical kick. It really, it turned out pretty good. And if I wanted to make some extra rolls, I don't know, I just usually follow what I like the most is not from the start. Some people just like to constantly, even after a first drop, when you're still getting used to the kick and the vibe of the kick, people already start rolling after 4 kicks, start kick rolling and do all kinds of tricks. I really don't like that, and I like the first line of kicks to be straight. So, for instance, if this would be a first drop of the track, I would over here definitely not change anything. This one might already be a little bit on the edge. Maybe I would probably move that around till the end. So I know that for some people they think it might sound boring if you don't constantly throw in kick rolls or edits or something like that, but for me it just kills the flow. So let's see, if I would duplicate this track and take a few of them. Let's see if this works out. Like I said before, usually I would use the filter bank for this to make these kick edits. But since we don't have that, I was checking last night a little bit about this more filter, which is actually pretty cool. It's a standard filter. And I put back the clip control from the track. And maybe to add a little bit more body to this process, I would probably use this one as well. Maybe we don't even need this filter for that. Only use this. Ja. And what I usually do is put some padding on it. I mean, you can also do this, of course, you can bounce it eventually, so you don't have all this automation going on. But for now, since maybe we still want to change something about the flow of the sweeps going on here, we're just going to leave it like this. But in the end, what I usually do, after I'm satisfied with the kick edits, I just bounce it, throw all the stuff away, you know, to clean it up, and then start padding only. But we can do this now as well. Here you can choose the depth of the padding. So how far it goes to the left and right, I guess. And the speed of the panner, how fast it goes from left to right. So this sounds pretty much, at least it comes very close to the filter bank, which I prefer to use. Yeah, we can do it, for instance, like this. I will put this on here, that the automation will go along with the kicks I'm selecting. Okay, let's see. that sounds pretty cool. And what I also like is to add these small reverby snares at the end of the bars. For instance, I got a few of them here. Okay, it's the same one. Okay, what I like, this one is, let's see. This one is in C. If I would get it, I want it to sound higher. That's the main goal. If I would, we have our kick in G. So if I want it to be in tune, I guess I need to go up, if I'm correct, like 7, go up by 7. To get it up high, so it has more energy and more spike, and it is in tune with the key of the kick. If I'm correct, it's 7. If not, then not. See the way it sounds like this? It instantly has more snap to it. I really like it. I also pan these usually. The depth not the same as the other one, because otherwise they will be in the same side of the spectrum. So I would change the percentage here a little bit. The rate is fine because it needs to go around really fast. So like this is good. And I don't think we need any compression or anything, because the sound by itself already has lots of attack. So for now this sounds fine. Let's see how that sounds in the mix. Okay, and for the second part of the kick, let's see if it will be cool to switch back to this one. I will leave this high one because I think it will just sound fine together with this one. It's pretty cool when it switches back to the and for this we could probably try something like make like a very small trigger here. Usually when you make these kind of triggers, because they're so small and so quickly behind each other, they sound really loud compared to the rest of your track. So you might want to take down the volume. Okay. Could also take as a kick trick, just for instance, half of it only. So let's take this one here and only use the second part to see how that sounds. You know, just try to play around. I mean, there's no rules or there's no particular process that you need to do. You just need to play around. And what could also be cool here if we would take the attack separate and pitch this one up by 5 notes. This time with time correction. Usually I use solo musical for this, and it keeps the bass line, I think, the intact the most of this list. Process it, and then you get this this cool vibe to that also kind of announces that it's going back to another bar. If you want to explain it like that, you know, it's hard to explain what I mean. But for me, when I hear this high kicks, I know something else is coming after this. Yeah, sounds pretty cool. Yeah, cool. Any questions?
Not yet. No.
No?
There's a question on how you made the kick in The Law from Creative Chaos.
The Law. I think that is the bass is the same kick as the Send Me to Hell in Creative Chaos. I think it was in this Creative Chaos album period. I just had this specific sound. I think I made most of the kicks with Spire bass lines that I was talking about before, mixed with a Serum and Sub. I think I used this Sign Sub, which is in a Nexus bass line. If you choose bass lines in Nexus, you will have a Sign. I can show it. I usually use this to add sub, because if you're messing around with these bass lines and throwing on a lot of distortion and stuff like this, most of the actual sub disappears. Even if you want to put it back with EQ, and you can't, but you can layer it with something like this, which is a very nice clean sub, and you can basically put it on or under any sound without much complication. So you can put a lot of pressure back into the bass line. But to answer the question, I think it was that. I mean, I'm doing so much stuff. For me, I forget about a lot of it. I just do stuff and just play around like this. Also, when I listen to it now and see how easy it was that we just made this, and it sounds pretty cool, I might actually use it. You know, there's like 1,000 ways to create something cool, and yeah, that is the golden thing that you should take away from this. Like, there's no one-way ticket to making stuff. There's 1,000 ways to create something cool. You just need to be creative about it.
The last kicks in the bar are just pitched up, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Pitched up 5.
And do you normally bounce the kick to one file or in a track, or do you keep it layers?
I used to do it. Used to bounce everything to one kick layer, but nowadays, because of all the kick switches and different types of tails, I don't really bounce it to one track anymore, because every kick switch needs different EQ and stuff like this, because they're all so different.
And one guy is still interested in different ways to approach a kick switch. You know, should everything be based on the same kick, or? No, it shouldn't be. But usually it feels more natural if you keep a similar kick. If you completely switch, at least that's my personal opinion. If you completely switch
from kicks constantly in your track, and you're constantly having completely different kicks with, I mean, okay, they're in key, which is good, but if they all have different tails, all have different attacks, this for me it sounds too messy, so I wouldn't recommend it.
Okay. And did you separate the sub bass from the kick on mixing?
No, sometimes I add, for instance, a low cut tail to add more excitement to the kick. But generally, it's I don't. It's not like, for instance, outside agency or Ditter or maybe some hardstyle guys out there that really separate punch, mid, low, sub. I never did that. So here, for instance, if I take one of these other punches that I showed you before, I can put it in front of this kick. See how that sounds. So now you still have the same energy in the kick, but it feels like a kick switch.
And there was another question, but if you can make a screech with what fits into with these kicks.
Yes.
Make a screech in silent or something and just messing around with it. Lekker spelen.
Precies. Okay, so this is a fucking MIDI keyboard. Okay, let's see. This is the sound, I guess, from Freddy, one of my tracks. Okay. Just trying to think of something. Quickly.
For the screeches, do you only use one layer or multiple layers sometimes?
Sometimes more layers. Yeah, it depends. Usually virus. I use virus a lot if it works. It's always a a pain in the ass and a mystery and a great guess if the virus will actually work or not. But besides that, it's a great synth. I think maybe I cut it out a little bit too much body here. It's difficult with the silent because body also means noise and rumble usually, depending on how you set the filters, of course, and everything else.
And is there a limiter at the end of the screens to clip the sound so it's not in the red?
Yeah. It's a precision limiter. It's from Universal Audio as well. But sometimes it doesn't matter if you bounce it in the end, and sometimes it will take away your dynamics if you have a lead or if some other sound and you don't want it to clip, then make sure it's not in the red. But if you want to have something and that could sound better because of clipping or because of the way it goes into the red. It's not like it's a golden rule that it can never go into the red. I mean, you should just trust your ears, and don't focus only on what the meters tell you. Personally, I really like the way it drops with this third kick, so I'll definitely take that one as the first one. And let's see, usually what I have as my settings here is so this declutter is cool at 200 side rumble in the back in the bottom here, take it away. And usually I use this kind of as an stereo enhancer. Use one of these filter kicks here to fill this part up. One thing that I'm really missing is this volume shaper.
the kick pattern and the screeches, is the rhythm of the screech in triplet and the
Yeah.
kick straight, or
Yeah, for now. I didn't change it yet, but this part is just straight in general, and here it's like the kicks are straight. But of course, I would change it to triplet.
and totally different question. 2 weeks ago, we had a masterclass from the player, and someone was asking about the old school vocal in the track, and the same guy asking the same question about the vocal, where it came from, the old school from the Heartless track.
Where it came from?
Yeah.
I don't know. Jimmy came with the vocals.
No, he said you came with a vocal.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, that's weird. You mean? Do you mean this old vocal from a movie?
Yeah, yeah.
It's from a Splice sample pack, vintage pack from Splice.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. It was perfect. Thank you.
nice. Here I automated the cutoff inside the silent one, which sounds always pretty cool. For this one, I would probably do the same thing. Pitch shift up 5, solo musical to get that last bit of energy here at the end before. Now I'm putting it back into triple. So yeah, like I said before, to be honest, I never even checked the tune of a crash before, but now that someone said it, we could.
How do you do that? That was a question. The menu what you see right now.
This?
Yeah. How's
It's just Fadi audio. It's like kind of like a Melodyne thing, like the Melodyne plugin or system, and this is like inside of Cubase. If I, for instance, click here on the snare, press enter, then it goes into this menu, and if I click pitch and warp, it will show me the tune of the snare. But as far as I can see, I mean, we tuned the snare to G, and it still says C here, like it was in the original sample. Ah, no. Excuse me, of course, this one is not the one we tuned. This one is just the one for the build-up, so this is correct. This one is on C. So if you, for instance, if you want to make it higher, let's see. But I think it's mostly, this is made for vocals. That's what most people use it for, I think. So you can, if you have a singer that sings not completely in tune, you can fine-tune the parts which are out of tune and make sure it sounds more in key. Kind of like the auto-tune. Well, auto-tune is of course extreme. It's an extreme form of this, but if you really want it to keep it natural and the singing is not that bad, you can use something like this to fine-tune some of the notes that are a little bit out of tune and make it sound more natural without, you know, fucking up the entire vocal with something like heavy auto-tune. Okay, so I was saying on the master, this, and yeah, for now that's okay. Pro L. Okay, let's see. This is the master chain from Mighty Methods I used last time, and this one worked out very nice. So we can use that for this one without, you know, reinstalling all the, resetting all the plugins. Usually, if I want to quickly, if I hear something is clipping, for instance, I want to quickly change that, I can just do the change the input gain of the stereo out of my main master. I just put down the input gain, and instead of maybe putting down volumes over here, which might change the entire sound also. Because, you know, nowadays it's all about loudness. Many tracks, you know, everybody's trying to have super loud masters, even though it really affects the dynamics of the tracks. But you know, for people's perception, louder is better. So you don't want to stay behind and have like a warm master, for instance, which sounds very warm and dynamic, but you're like a couple of dBs down in loudness. For the average listener, this will sound as weak. So you have to go with the flow when it comes to loudness.
Okay, Danny.
Yeah?
Do you use closed open hi-hat under your kick parts?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Once again?
Do you use closed or open hi-hats under your kick parts?
You mean for attack or just
I don't know, maybe
just as a
in this-
percussion? Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes as a percussion loop or something like this.
because you show the again the mastering output master channel.
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions about mastering. Is this the final chain, your final setting, or do you turn it off and lower the pre volumes and master it yourself, or send it out for mastering?
No. This is I make music like this. I start with something like this, like 95% similar to this, and I put it on the master, and then I start making music. And in the end, I just mix the tracks and try to balance everything out and go as loud as possible with as much dynamics as possible, but I don't really actually master. Or maybe it's just like mixing and mastering all at once, because this is what I do. I start making music, I put this setting on the master, and in the end, that's how it comes out. That's how I bounce it, and that's my final master.
So yeah, you start with the final master and you're mixing into the final master with your channels, right?
Yeah. And for instance, if this part is coming to an end, I usually go and take the kick back a little bit, make it a little bit shorter. What I usually also do is like take this filter down before it actually hits this new breakdown, so you can already feel that this breakdown is coming. This stuff like this, like the short kick here, and the silent going into the filter indicates that there is something else coming. A new part of the track, instead of just going with full-blown kicks and full-blown silence suddenly into a break without any transition or something. So that's what this is for. And what I usually also like to do is take these kicks, for instance, and just filter them away before to even make a smoother transition into the break. And for instance, if I would go into this part, I would take some kind of pad or some kind of string. Let's see what. Yeah. Yeah, let's just take this before we start searching for samples. Let's take the one we used before. To not spend too much time searching for stuff. So this one is always good. Okay. See? See. Let's see. Huh? Only thing is, need to go back to G, so it goes down. So it's always a bit disappointing after you've been listening to it for a while in C. But let's see. Okay.
Danny?
Jazeker.
That specific snare what you hear, is that the sample? Where does it come from?
You mean this effect snares or the main snare? Well, they're both the same snare anyway. It's a dubstep snare from a Vengeance pack, I think.
Okay. Benny, first of all, how do you start a track in general?
Um, Usually, when I start a track, I start with the melody because it's the part I enjoy making the most. Uh, Not just the melody, but also stuff like strings, chords, pads around it, piano, all things that build the atmosphere around the melody. Basically, the whole break is my favorite part to make usually, and I also start with. I basically always start with the melody.
Cool. And on the main lead part, do you layer the choir layer in with them too, or not?
Yeah. Usually, well, not in every track, of course, but for instance, we can check here if I add contact.
Yeah, because there's another question about the Requiem Lite. If you can show us more details from that plugin, so it's so cool to do this as well.
Yeah, it's a contact choir bank. I can, for instance, copy the string chords that I made before and paste that onto the choir. Uh, yeah, this bank is super cool. I think I've been using it for a couple of years, many years. I think. Here you can choose. I guess the how do you call it, the syllable, or the type of well, I think it's called syllable. It's A, E, O. You can choose, and you can make them sound different separately, or you can make them sound the same. But there's several different different types of choirs that they have here. Usually, what I like is these stabs. Depends what you're looking for, of course. This nice legato long choirs are also cool, but depends on what you're looking for. These ones are the short ones, are the stabby ones, and they always put a lot of suspense. I think if you play that together. For instance, if we would put that here, just with a low string, like this. I also use this one in Born to Rule. Let's see if you get this like. I think this one especially sounds nice if you get find the right chords for it. kind of like sad, dramatic chords that fit very nicely with a sound like this. But also, of course, this one. And for the melody part, I can not use this staccato short steps, but I would go for the legato, and I can go for the long notes. And but since the melody, I'm not sure if these two actually fit together. We can test that, how the string sounds with the melody, if everything is in tune, because I didn't really pay much attention to it. Okay, yeah, that sounds good. And maybe for this part, when the melody actually drops, we could use the exact same notes from the melody to make it, a little bit less dreamy compared to the first part. So, like this. I'm just picking out the notes from the synth melody, so I can put them all together. There you go. So. Okay, I see what's the problem. These high ones, they don't. They're outside of the outside of the range. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds great. Okay, so I think it will fit good. I mean, you hear some noise going on in there, if I'm correct. because I have it too loud. Actually, I think this one should already appear here. It's a nice variation to the first part. This one's out of range too. Okay, so yeah, that sucks. But yeah, this one is very nice and dramatic. It fits nice with the melody and gives a lot of epicness to this whole part. Maybe one octave down. Something's out of tune. Something's not going well. What might also be an idea is this. Let's see if that sounds. This. Yeah, sometimes I forget to say what I'm doing, so I just get like mixed up in making music. So if you have any questions, please go into the chat and let me know.
One question, for example, for someone would like to see a method of build-up you're doing. What kind of type of build-ups? I think you're using a lot of samples, right? Rises and that kind of stuff, and what you do with your melodies, maybe.
Build up, climax build up.
Yeah, the build up to before a drop.
Yeah. We can do that in a little bit. Just. think this one is pretty cool. It's less predictable, I would say. The notes are, it feels the same as this main melody. It's just all built into a few chords and heavy sidechain on it. Sounds pretty cool. Yeah, as for build up, depends. It's just, I mean, what I usually do is I take this kind of, take the melody the way it was. So the first part is just basically this part of the melody is looped. So once you do that, you can already feel, that the climax is coming up, and you can make the trigger a little bit shorter in the second part. The second part of the build-up, I mean, and you can also add the. Okay, well, here's the shorter trigger. And besides that, you can also, for instance, go up with a pitch bend. So start at 0 and go up all the way to the end of the part that you want pitched up. That goes into the drop eventually. Just make sure, especially with Cubase, I don't know how it is in other DAWs, but this one, you always need to put it back. It won't go back automatically, and it's a pain in the ass. What I personally also think is cool is to open the release a little bit of the synth that is going to rise with the pitch bend. So you can pull that up here, and then again make sure to put it down to the spot it originally was. And
did you ever use the plugin called Endless Smile in a build-up?
is that the
It's the one by
Endless
Elvis.
Riser?
Yeah.
Yeah. No. No, I know about it. I think I saw it in Never Surrender Studio, but I never used it myself. No. Also, this part usually, of course, you can do it when everything's audio. You can just cut it off, but for now, it's annoying, this part. So you want it to be quiet, and here you would probably have a drop vocal. And what I think is pretty cool is if you have a couple of risers and build up effects, rising up into this climax, and in the end, it all goes quiet here, like completely quiet. This is always a very cool effect, I think. Everything building up, lots of noise, and suddenly it's completely quiet, and then you have 100% space for the drop vocal. So if you want to have these parts going along with the kick, or the kick needs to go along with these parts, if I'm correct, this is 8 up and this is 7 up when it comes to the G kick. So that means 8 up for this first part. Do it with the pitch bend, pitch shift. 8 solo musical again. New version. Now I hope I was correct. Yeah. And this one 7. So yeah, now you can pretty much hear that the quality is going down a little bit because the pitch shift is so severe, I guess. So for instance, you can also choose to put it on a channel like this. Maybe not this specific one, but let's make another one. And you can put your edits. If somehow you're pitching them and they don't sound the way you want them to sound because of time stretches or whatever the pitch shift does, you can also camouflage it by using a bit of distortion. Okay, yeah, no, it's correct, it's correct, it's correct. Okay. I think I know what the problem is. Yeah, there's a separate bend thing here that should be off. That's why the whole thing was sounding a what I use for my claps is Drumazone. I like the way it sounds like a real 909, so the claps are constantly moving around. Doesn't sound like one sample. Usually I close this reverb a little bit and then EQ the clap a little bit. Small plate verb on it, and what also could be pretty cool is if you put a delay on it and make it like really short. And in the end, a little bit of compression. Like this, sounds good. Of course, it also depends on what you're looking for. If you think this is too gentle, you can crank up the distortion, for instance. Yeah.
Do you make new percussion every time, or do you have like a favorite stack for them for for a faster workflow?
I have some channel presets here, which I use for claps, leads, but you know, in the end, you always change it again, because maybe, like now, maybe you want more distortion, more EQ, but I do have a change which I can always use, and so yeah, for a better workflow, indeed.
Yeah, before we quit, maybe you can let us hear what we have in total. So from the beginning with the screech to
Okay.
the end, what we made today in just 1 hour or maybe 2 hours.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. So we're gonna listen to what we made so far.
And then we're gonna answer some questions. And then is it over? Is it finished? Done?
Yeah, just a minor detail here.
One quick question before you play this. Would you ever automate volume on the master before
Yeah,
it drops?
yeah. I've done that before. Yeah. It happens. It's to get more impact. But you can also, a more gentle way of doing this is if you automate the input gain of your master, so everything will go less loud into the limiters and compression that you have on the master. So it's a more gentle way of doing this, but I've done it with the volume as well. Okay, so. Okay, so yeah, cool. Let's play what we have.
Sounds fucking epic.
Yeah,
bro.
it sounds cool. It sounds cool. Yeah, but this is just this is cool, but this is a very basic start. For this to become a real track, it takes a lot of more time and tweaking and making everything sound less boxy and more flowing, natural, I guess. So it doesn't sound so static. But the beginning is good. So yeah, happy about it.
Cool.
Okay, great.
Danny, before we quit some questions. First of all, maybe you have some tips about speakers or acoustic or maybe some plugins what you can start with as a beginner producer.
Plugins to start with. Well, that's difficult. I know about acoustics in my studio. I hired a guy who knows a lot about it, and he calculated what would be my sweet spot in the studio, which is here, and the whole surroundings of this entire studio is all built to give the best acoustic sound over here in this spot. It really works well. The acoustic is really good. So I can imagine for me sitting here making music, and I have these Vocals SM9 speakers, which are high-end speakers. For me, it has become more easy to make tracks or make sounds because I feel very confident when I make something that I know it sounds good. Even though I still need a car test after or something or stuff like this, as reference, I can feel pretty confident that this studio and this speakers and this whole setup and the acoustic is good enough for me to get a clear image of what I'm doing. So for me, sometimes it seems easy, and I can imagine for some of you at home, maybe you don't have that these kind of speakers, or you're working in headphones, or your acoustic sucks or whatever. So in that case, I would really advise to use analyzers more, and use tracks by professional hardcore producers as reference, and analyze what makes those tracks good, and try to get that same kind of sound for yourself as well.
There are some questions about mixing. First one, which step do you use on the mixing? Do you use kick group as a reference and then add the other sounds to them?
Well, the kick in hardcore sucks up most of the spectrum, I guess. So usually it's all built around the kick. It's difficult. It's just a matter of balancing everything out. The kick needs to pump loud, but the melody also needs to be not being pressed away or pushed away too much. So it's like a thin balance, and it's just need to listen. I know people want to hear more clear answers, but you need to trust your ears, and you need to listen if the melody could use like half a dB more loudness or a little bit more low cut to give more space to the leads to come out. Depending on the kick, also, what kind of kick do you have? Do you have a kick with not much mid frequencies, like one of those new modern, like 2020 style kicks with an EDM punch, not much mid, and a very straight tail? Or do you have a kick like this with lots of mid, which can mess up your mix when it comes to leads? On a kick like this, I would probably spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to balance everything out, because this one, there's a reverb effect we did, and this now has a pretty significant, we created a significant sound in this kick, which could really create some struggles with the lead. And for now, we just put everything on top of each other and it sounds all right, but in the end, you need to really polish everything, and then it might become a little bit of a problem. So I would probably spend a lot of time EQing and maybe even changing the tail of the kick for this main melody drop, because I think if we would just change the microtonic a little bit and get a little bit of that reverb, which we added from the beginning, if we take that out, maybe that would be better for this part. But yeah, it's hard to explain. It's
all about panning and balancing.
Yeah, you need to panning, of course, and lots of EQing. I think most of it is EQing. Of course, panning as well. You can give your snare. You can put 20 to the left. You could put your clap 20 to the right. Give everything its spot in the spectrum, but especially cutting frequencies is the main thing. And yeah, every track is different, and it's always a struggle, even for me or for any other hardcore producer. It's always a struggle to mix and master your tracks.
Yeah. And about the current loudness in your track, how do you get that loudness without destroying the signal?
Yeah, that's an endless process. Just like I said, most of the times in the beginning, everything's completely messed up because you at first it sounds clean, but then you listen to because you're not really checking any loudness, so you just start to make music. Everything sounds clean and good, and then you check one of your older tracks, and they're like much louder, and you think suddenly like, oh yeah, what the fuck? I need to make my track sound louder, and then you start pumping everything up, especially on the master, and everything goes full into clip mode, and that's when you need to start cutting frequencies, maybe cutting out sub from the kick, not too much of course, because you still want to keep that body, but it's a difficult task. I mean, it's frustrating, and every time I need to finish a track. I mean, this is the fun part, what we're doing now, and after this comes the mix, the master, and this is the not fun part, which can take days, sometimes weeks, and can drive you crazy. So it's just like, yeah, like I said, it's very difficult. You need to cut frequencies here and there, see what fits well together. Yeah, I don't have a clear answer to this because it's a very difficult process.
Cool. Right. There are a lot of computer nerds in our group. They're really interested in your computer specs.
My computer specs.
Yes.
Well, my computer is already kind of old school, but we have 32 gig installed memory, and there we go. There are your specs. But it's old school, like I said.
And,
It's doing fine for me right now, since I, even though Filter Bank is not working anymore, since I updated to Catalina, everything runs much better.
But do you have something on external hard drive, or is everything on the computer?
No, I have a few external hard drives, yeah, for all kinds of stuff.
And do you use those for those contact banks?
Some of them, yeah.
Yeah, because there are a lot of questions about contact bank because it's so heavy to load the plugins.
Yeah.
And
yeah, some of them, if you use them a lot, if you, it is the way it is. Especially new banks. I think this Requiem is still okay, but yeah, some of the new orchestra or choir banks are massive, and you need to, to not mess up your drive which your system runs on. I would probably use external hard drives.
Cool. I think the last question for today, tips for beginners. So Danny, how did you start, and do you have maybe some tips that's really important, or
yeah, this is
it's always a tricky question, but
it's a tricky question indeed. What are good tips? I mean, it sounds cliche, but it is the truth. You need to find an own style. You need to make music. Don't try to force anything, but also don't try to copy anyone else, because it's not going to work. You just need to do your own thing. You can use things like today, what we discussed, as of course you can use them as producer tricks or just stuff that you learned in making your own music, but don't try to copy and make Angerfist music or something like this. Main thing is get your own style, and try to forget about all the rules and people tell you what to do and what not to do. Besides everything you learned today, this is all super. Nah, it's crazy. It's cliche. You just need to find your own style. That's it.
perfect. Well, Danny, thank you so much for today.
Okay, thank you guys. Thanks everybody. I had a great time, and I might continue working on this track because it sounds pretty cool, and I really like the kicks as well. So I'm happy about it.
Cool.
Thanks to everyone, and see you next time.